Hi, Genevieve. Welcome to your first Reiki session, correct? How are you coming into the session today? Any major feelings or emotions coming up for you?
Not anything major, just kind of work stress.
Work stress, okay, yeah. So we'll go ahead and just do an initial reading, and then we'll sort of move forward with what you need from there. Everybody needs different experiences when it comes to Reiki, depending on how their energy is currently flowing. So all we can do is assess and then move forward, okay? So I'll ask you to just close your eyes for me. And for this initial sensing off the body, just going to take me a moment to sort of feel what the body is trying to tell me, see if it will allow me to introduce my own energy and vibrations. I definitely am feeling a little bit of that chaotic energy, a little bit of that almost like circling, spiraling, like you're getting stuck in a loop. So right over the third eye here, there's quite a bit of cloudiness. It's possible that you have been mulling over a decision or a series of decisions that you're having a hard time just sort of knowing what you even want. Not even just making the choice, but just knowing what you want in the first place. Right over the heart chakra. The heart chakra is pretty clear, pretty strong energy that's emitting there. I'm having a little trouble seeing your aura color actually, so I'm going to maybe use a new tool I've been using to get a better sense of that. But yeah, definitely a lot of cloudiness right here. And that energy is just sort of spiraling in a way that I can't see past it at all. Just place my hands and ground you before we begin the session. Just holding a couple key points to activate the mind and the body. So I'm going to be placing some paper with different colors on them and hoping that it's going to tell me which one is really resonating with your aura. So let's start with a dark black here, just placing it gently on the stomach. No. The pink is a little better, but still does not feel like it's aligning. Let's try the purple. Purple feels pretty good. So with the purple aura, it's often deep reflection, more focused on decision making, thoughts, deep thoughts. And just try a couple more, but I think purple was feeling like it was working well. Try a blue, since that's sometimes the blue and the purple can overlap. This is too cool. I can already feel it's a warmer aura coming off of you. So let's just try one more. A red, which is definitely a lot warmer. Passion, hate, sometimes can mean it's very strong feelings, but no, it's definitely purple. So again, that makes sense to me because it's a little bit less strong of a color, sort of in between that red, fiery, energetic heat and that cooler blue sort of uncertainty. So that aligns with what I was feeling up here in the crown chakra, that your heart knows what it wants, but your head is just having to focus on a couple of key decisions that we just have to make in life. Right, starting a little sweeping, trying to break into that energy. You may start to feel some things. Your mind might start to wander. If it jumps to a place that you are very like, why am I thinking about this? I want you to embrace that. Because as I pull out this energy that has sort of been spiraling and stuck, it might reveal what you actually have been worried about or thinking about in the deeper parts of the mind. Placing my hand here. I'm just going to try and pluck out this patch right there above the right eye. You'll hear a sound, but nothing will touch you. Pretty stuck. Placing a couple of the darker stones, a tiger's eye and a bloodstone. I'm going to place it right on that forehead. Just trying to get deeper into the mind here. whatever it is that's stuck in there and causing stagnant energy, you're fighting when I'm trying to bring it to the surface. It's probably something that's been buried there for a long time. Coming in with 2 obsidians. Just tracing some the meridian lines here. And lift your head gently. I'm going to sweep your hair back. Very good. Placing this over the heart chakra. I'll leave 1 on your forehead here. Overall, that's feeling a lot better. There's just a couple places I need to tether some cords. Remove my jacket. Again, you're going to hear some snipping sounds, but I'm working about 6 inches above the body, which is where this energy is spiraling out. Moving this here. This here. So I've gotten quite a few of the major blockages out. There's just some finer energy particles that are just sort of flying around, and they just need to be swept away. We just need to clear out whatever isn't serving you. So you'll feel just a gentle feather, just like that, okay? Just turn your head. Actually, I think your energy is just so strong and so a little bit on the darker side, just on the deeper, that deeper purple. I'm going to use darker colored feather to try and sweep it away. It's just overpowering the lighter aura and colors. So again, you'll feel a light touch. Way over the eyes gently. Okay. That did a little better. So I think because you're sort of, what I'm feeling is that your head and your energy is struggling to make a decision, or just struggling to get past a certain repetitive thought. Would you be open to me pulling some tarot for you?
Sure.
Okay. So I'll have you remain laying down. I'm just going to place the card stack right next to your right hand. And I want you to pull just a pile off about whatever you want to grab, a third of the deck or something like that. Perfect. Push it a little closer to you and just do it one more time. Perfect. So I'll be taking the card off of the bottom of the first. Second. And the third. Going to be the fourth card in. So we'll be doing a past, present, future reading. Your first past card is the Two Discs. This card generally refers to some sort of financial or work-related burden. It could be that since you are a bit darker of an aura and lower of a light at this point, you may have been struggling with what you wanted to do with work in the past or some financial decisions, and that could be weighing on you. That's generally the reading for this card. It's very practical. It's very much life matters, things that are happening in your real world, and that's generally what we see when we pull this card. So let's look at your present card. That would be the Two of Cups. So another two, which is interesting, but the cups generally, Two of Cups generally is about partnership. So your present could be that you're currently either seeking a relationship or in a relationship, but again, when pulled in a lower light, a lower vibe, we're seeing that this possibly is a one-sided relationship, that it's something maybe you want or someone else wants with you, but isn't completely syncing. So there is some sort of dual association. It doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. It can be a work relationship. It can be a friendship, but there's some tension there. There's some issue there. Does that resonate with you at all? Okay. And let's go ahead and look at your future card, which will give you a better sense of clarity. So this one is the Seven of Swords, which is very interesting when comparing to your present card, which is about possibly one-sided relationship or struggling relationship. Seven of Swords often can mean some form of betrayal. Some form of dishonesty, or just generally poor relationship. And you may feel that you were treated badly by a person or by a job or something like that. And this is sort of your sign that that is not going to be a positive relationship in your life. So the future may hold still a little bit of uncertainty, a little bit of negativity compared to that relationship you might be dealing with and struggling with now. But hopefully that will mean on the other side of this, knowing now what you know, you'll be able to move forward. So since your reading was a little bit on the more negative side, which is okay, ups and downs are part of life, I just want to do a quick energetic reset for you here. I'm going to introduce some jade, some clear quartz, just sort of to bring you a little bit more into the light, okay? So again, close your eyes. I'm going to place several stones here. I have energetic jade. I have love-driven rose quartz here, heart-driven. Okay, so I'm going to place this right in the crown, activating it. And then I'm going to place a clear quartz right on the throat chakra here. Is that okay? Is that uncomfortable at all? Okay. And let's just try and introduce some love and some light and brightness into the body. I'm going to be rubbing you with a candle here. Later we can light it. We'll just try and burn away some of that negative energy, some of that just spiraling oftentimes we can absorb our energy from the people we spend time with, the people we're around. So if you have been around negativity or a relationship that doesn't serve you, we can try and remove some of that. Placing that down for now. We'll light it later. Just some dried flowers. Again, just introducing some positive energy. Remove the stones. Just like we started with a bit of grounding, I want to end with a bit of grounding and massage as well, just to align the relaxation of the body with the relaxation of the mind. One last scan, plucking away anything else. The goal of this session is not to fix everything and suddenly the mind is clear and everything's perfect and you have no cares in the world. It's simply to open up the mind and give you that space to do that work by yourself. Great, Genevieve. I want you to slowly open your eyes here. So how are you feeling after your first session?
Good.
Good, okay. Any questions or remaining feelings, anything you want to bring up?
No.
Okay. I encourage you to lay here for just another few minutes, just sort of come back into the world and process anything that might be in your head. But like I said, this is all a process, and so much of it is up to you. I'm just here to help guide you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Julia. My name is Hannah. I'm going to be performing a Reiki healing session on you today. And we may do a little bit of acupressure. We're going to kind of see what comes up since this is our first session together. And it will involve me sensing the energy and working with it both off the skin and on the skin. Is it okay if I touch you for this session?
Yes.
Okay. So I have never seen you before, so I do want us to start with a general sense. I do this with all of my new clients. So I'll ask you to just please close your eyes and try and open up the third eye and the heart chakra especially to let me into your energy. So sensing first just a few inches off the skin. And your aura is very bright, orange, yellow. Those are generally very warm, but also being energetic colors. So you seem like someone who is very friendly, talkative, open. But then underneath that, especially feeling here, there's just a little bit of purple, dark purple, just a little bit of melancholy. It's a bit heavier than the light energy that I'm feeling right on the surface. Continuing to the crown chakra. You just hear some gentle sweeping too as I begin to move the energy around. The energy up here is swirling. I can feel it just making a large circle. Are you the type of person who is constantly thinking of new ideas, new adventures, wanting to try new things?
Yes.
Okay, I can definitely sense that. Starting with some gentle sweeping. So with Reiki, the way that I practice it, it's about balancing the energy, not getting rid of it all, not adding too much in if it's not necessary, but borrowing from outside forces or giving back to the universe whatever energy we don't need, so that we can be balanced, be the best versions of ourselves. Just activating some energy points here. So since that top layer of energy is kind of getting in my way from getting to work on this deeper purple, I'm going to just do a bit of sweeping with a feather and try and just clear that out temporarily so I can get into those deeper layers. So all the feather does is use its fine bristles to sweep away, just like that. You'll feel a little bit of air as well. sensing here. I do think I've taken away some of those fine particles, but just do a little bit with the candle here just to fully clear the pathway for more serious work. Just throwing away the energy. So I've got a candle here, and it's just a natural scent. I'm absorbing the warmth from it and transferring it onto you. Gentle sweeping. This is your first session, so you may start to feel your mind wander. Do your best to come back to the present space. But if certain emotions or feelings come up, embrace those. You want to think more in the abstract than in the specific in this session. And so I want to focus on this side, on that area of a little bit more melancholy, a little bit more heaviness. I'm trying to pull that out. So I'm going to use some lighter stones for that. So I have a light jade, which is, again, energetic stone, which you have a lot of energy, but also a rose quartz. And rose quartz is very warm, loving, but also lets a lot of light in. So we want to use those two stones to try and pull out some of this negativity. Bring the two stones along the head chakra. I have a feeling that this sadness, this heaviness is coming more from the head than the heart. That's what I'm sensing. So that means you might be someone who overthinks things, someone who internalizes a little bit more than maybe you would even like. But because you don't really present that to the world, the outside is very bubbly and clear and bright. It gets stuck. Try and pull that out. Coming right here on the face. A couple of points. I'm just going to put these in a gem bag so I can have them work in tandem. So I'm going to be moving a little bit more vigorously now, Julia, so just be prepared for that and let me know if it's too overwhelming. I need to activate this just a little bit. my sensing stone here. So I'm placing the stone just directly over your head here. I'm going to first ground it, just using my stable energy. And I want to see if it's making any patterns. I'm not really paying attention to any sort of natural swing of the stone. Of course, I'm moving a little bit, but it'll start making these unnatural patterns where we still need to do some more work. Seeing a crisscross right here, right by the right side of the head, above the shoulder. Just plucking that out. For some reason, the body's just really not wanting to let me in the way that I want to be able to grab that energy. So are you open to just a little bit of acupressure and massage with the jade sticks? Just try and calm the body, calm the mind. Okay. So you're going to feel 2 little prongs. I'm going to trace them along the meridians of the scalp. And this is all just to relax the mind. You hold that negative energy so closely to you, you rarely show it to the world. And it's just a little bit harder to clear out. A little bit of a gua comb here. You feel a little coldness on your face, really gently. body sense now, first with my hands and then with my stone. I think I can get in now. This thing is very unwielding, saying to me that you don't have a lot of control over it. Hopefully this will give you a little more control as we clear it out and put it into more of a pattern. The energy can flow more regularly. I'm going to grab my scissors. I just think I need to cut it. It's so stuck. It's such a hold on you. It feels like this energy hasn't released from you in a long time. Okay, so you're going to hear the sound, but it will not touch you. I'm only working on the energy off the body. There we go. Finally broke through it. Okay, using my grounding stone again. So before we have that crisscross pattern, let's see if that's eased up at all. Just a slight one. Much better. I'm going to do a little bit of sound work. So I work in two frequencies, the color spectrum and the audio spectrum, but they're both frequencies. And we need to align them with your body's energy. So you will both hear some slight crackling here, as well as feel a very gentle touch. This is one of my favorite tools because it really is an all-purpose tool. Healing sound, healing vibration, and connects you to nature. Move the hair off the back for just 1 second. I think I will seal our session with just a little bit of gem wand work. I like to first connect the gem wands to my client. So I'm going to have you open your eyes slowly, blink them into existence. And I want you to look at each stone from the top to the bottom. First the purple, then the blue, the white, the green, yellow, orange, and purple. Okay? You can close your eyes again. I'll continue the work. We're just going to activate certain points today with the gem wand. I'm just going to be using one, because we've done most of the work already. Paying particular attention to this one spot. It feels so much easier to access. The best way we can avoid these deep pockets of energy is by simply allowing them to come to the surface. So if there's feelings we may not want to experience, of course there's a way and a time and a place to do it safely. But we're all built with these energies and these feelings, and to keep everything flowing smoothly, we have to experience them all. We have to embrace them all. Okay. Just do one final sensing before I just ground you. So that bright energy is still there. It's just a little bit more controlled. And that deeper, more trapped energy has been pulled out quite a bit. It's still there, of course. One session's not enough to completely reset us. And there will always be pockets of energy. There's no such thing as a person who has absolutely perfect flowing energy, perfect feelings, thoughts, emotion. I would imagine that person wasn't a very complex one. Okay, so I'm going to ground you. This is going to involve me placing my hand firmly on your body in different places. We've done so much pulling away from the body today. We just want to bring it back. All right, Julia, I want you to slowly come back into the room, become aware of your surroundings, slowly open your eyes. How are you feeling after today's session?
Great.
Good. Well, I hope that you take this feeling with you throughout the rest of the day, maybe the rest of the week, but just know that just showing up here is enough. You do not have to do work beyond this to have served your body well today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Reagan. My name is Hannah. I'm going to be performing a crystal healing Reiki reflexology session today. So it combines a few different holistic healing techniques as well as some massage, but we'll be just stimulating these points all over the face, a little bit into the neck, in order to encourage healing and better flow of your energies, okay? Take out some of my crystals and place them at certain key points of the body so we can prepare for the session. So I'm placing a rose quartz on the right side, amethyst on the left side, I'm going to place a tiger's eye right here on the throat chakra. Is that okay there? Okay. And a jade starting out on the forehead. Okay. So again, I'll be gently placing my hands, slight pressure. Starting out right here, this point is the gallbladder. It helps with processing waste, toxins out of our body. It's good to keep those moving through the lymphatic system. Just applying a few types of pressure, circular motions, more pointed pressure, and pulling. Lift your head gently. Stimulating these points for just a couple of minutes each. you'll feel a bit of coldness. Using the gemstones, the same point. Using the clear quartz, moving onto the bladder. Bladder also helps clear out the toxins of the body, also keeping us balanced, our levels, pH levels, and our levels of salts. It's a very balancing organ. This point runs just above the eyebrow, along the forehead, in a diagonal pattern. Intermittently doing some gentle sweeping as well. Swapping out the jade. We move on to the liver. I'm going to use some acupressure sticks for this, as it's a small point right on the inside, the inner eyebrow, the pathway up from the nose. The liver helps break down our enzymes, deliver the nutrients we need to the rest of the body, so it's a very important point. grabbing a very small tool here. The stomach runs just in the middle, between the eyebrows, above the bridge of the nose. Again, the stomach works to break down nutrients. Quite a bit of blood flow in the body goes to the stomach to perform this process. So it's important that we keep it healthy and stimulated. It's also the way we distribute our energy. We consume our calories that get turned into fuel for our bodies. Moving on to the heart, I'm just going to shower you here with the energy and the stones. Placing instead an obsidian, as well as an earth stone. Placing a bloodstone right here on the third eye as we move down to work on the heart point, which falls right at the base, at the bridge of the nose, at the top of the bridge of the nose, between the two eyes. Arguably one of our most important points. The heart keeps our body alive, keeps our blood moving. With every beat of the heart, we grow stronger. Also helps oxygen flow as the heart recycles and cleans. Going to just have you smell an essential oil here. Spraying a diluted version on my hands. Lavender. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath in and out. Lavender is a very soothing scent. Placing the bloodstone with an amethyst. Is that okay there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to engage the points right under the eyes, kidneys, and a little bit of the stomach and liver as well. Additional points. And this point can often feel very intense for people. If you're feeling quite a bit of sensitivity here, it could also mean that you feel some sensitivities in the stomach. You may also start to feel your stomach move around or gurgle. That's normal when pressing this point. Just giving you a bit of a break here. Moving on to the lungs. Right here. Our lungs provide the oxygen we need that flows from the lungs through the heart to the brain, filling our entire body with the oxygen that keeps us alive. Oops. Filling our entire body with that breath of life. Placing another stone on the chin, slightly magnetic. As we move down to the spleen. Again, another tender point usually. Moving down right here to another kidney and bladder points. 2 natural stones for the colon. And pressing them in combo with another stomach point just under the chin. I like to do a little bit of massage in the scalp. Place some additional stones first. I want to remove this one. So we'll create a bit of a stone crown for you. Pressing some points on the scalp. Connecting the energies. Stimulating all the facial points at once. An endless loop. Removing the stones. Instead, activating the salt stone. Just cleansing out the session. And one more. Deep breath of the lavender. And out. In. And out. All right, Reagan, slowly open your eyes. How are you feeling now? I want you to drink room temperature water and just take your time getting up today, all right? Thank you for coming in. Hi, Kate.
Hi.
Welcome to your first Reiki session, correct?
Yes.
Any questions for me about today's session?
No.
So the way that it works generally is I'm just going to sense the energy to begin with. I'm getting an initial reading of the aura, of the energy flow, and we will basically address whatever comes up. So I have different techniques and tools, and you will feel me work both on and off the body. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
It's okay to touch you? Okay, so just relax, sort of lean back here as comfortably as you can, keep the eyes closed, and I'll just start with that sensing process. And right away, this energy is pretty stressed. I can feel it pulsating. Have you been experiencing more than normal stress in your life
I
lately?
have.
Okay. All right, so we'll try and just break some of that up, calm the energy down, just clear out. I'm guessing the heart chakra is going to be a little blocked. And I can't even get into it, so yes, it's definitely blocked. Gentle sweeping as I continue to meet the aura. for today's session, I actually want to start out by just trying to balance out the aura. There's a lot of different colors I'm sensing. I'm getting an orange and red up here, which generally is warmth, but also can be passion, fire, anger, very strong emotions in the head chakra and around the third eye. But down here, very cool blue tones. That could possibly just be relating to that stress you're feeling. You're sort of turning the mind off. You're going very logical. You're going very cold, very harsh to try and deal with that. So let's try and balance these two colors out. I'm just going to be rubbing some fabrics. So starting out with a balancing cool for the fiery red of the mind. And these are effective because I work in frequencies. So color, meaning light, the spectrum of light, and the frequency of the wavelengths of that light produce what our eyes see as color. And so this piece of fabric is emitting the same frequencies as the auras. But of course, we are trying to balance out, so this particular one is a little bit opposite. And now trying to balance out that coolness of the heart chakra with some deeper tones. Right, slightly more balance. Use some salt stone here, and it's just crystallized salt. In many cultures, it's used to ward away evil spirits as well as negative energies. And there is a lot of negative energy, especially in the chest area. pulling something out here. Just keep it straight there. I know you might feel a slight pulling in this direction. Just going to hear a sound. I'm just doing some cord cutting. I'm not going to touch you. This side's okay. Just these wooden beads here. Maybe just hitting you with a little bit of soft tool. So the one frequency I work with is light and color, as we talked about. The other is sound. So sound waves, the sound vibrations also help us to reset the mind and the body, sync up with the universe. To me, energy work is just all about connecting with what's around us. Make up a couple of gem bags for you to hold on to. First, going to activate them. Just keep your palms open just like that. Absorbing the energy in the body first. Now close the hands and gently relax them. And just hold on to that for a moment. Just do a little bit of relaxing massage while that does its work. Actually sensing quite a bit of energy on the back as well. So I'm going to take the bag from you. I'm going to have you turn around on the chair here so I can address the back. I'm just going to move the hair to one side. Just going to be grabbing some of this gentle energy here at the back of the neck. This is where our brain and our head connects to our body. It's a very important point. Connecting the mind with the physical. Feeling especially right here on the other side of that heart chakra. It's just pulsing through. It's still so cold, so I'm just going to use some warming spirits on you. My gem wands. I'm just trying to pull out that negativity. Obviously, things in our life always cause us stress. So much of it is you absorbing the negative energies from the outside world versus it coming from within. So we just need to remove it since it doesn't belong here. I'm going to just clip up your hair. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just to get it out of the way. Let me see if I can grab that now. grab that negative energy. It's really stuck. Probably something that's been weighing on you for a long time, a stress that's deep underneath the surface. Maybe it's not always as strong, but it's always low grade been there. It also feels like some of this negative energy is pretty new. Hasn't quite latched on yet, so that means that whatever has been weighing on you, it's constantly a barrage of things. So it's not something you experienced months ago, it's something that's happening to you daily. Just gonna try and sweep it off. Creating a new gem bag for the back, filling it with light colored stones, positive energy, as well as one obsidian to try and absorb that negativity. Again, first activating it. Open the hands and just gently clasp that. We'll just do again a little bit of massage while that works its way into your body and mind. Gently scraping the back of the neck, trying to scrape away any last bits of remaining negativity. I'll take the gem bag from you. And we'll do one final sensing. Just try to feel where the energies are currently at. I do feel that the aura has balanced out a little. Let go of some of that energy that does not serve you. There's definitely still work to be done. I don't think you'll necessarily feel completely better after this, but hopefully it just opens up space in your mind and heart to a little bit more necessary energy, less unnecessary. Just clears out some of the blockages. How are you feeling, Kate?
Good.
Good. Okay. I think you might feel a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of, it's a lot of work that your body is actually doing during this as well. So just relax and feel free to get up whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start your Reiki session now. I'll just have you close your eyes, and I'm going to sense just off the body at first the current energy that I'm working with. And you may feel me eventually put my hands on the body itself to really deepen my ability to get through. But for now, I just want to see what's going on. So there is a bit of chaotic energy. It's sort of going every which way. It's not really flowing in any one particular place, which may be why you're struggling with a little bit of that clarity, because the energy is not able to focus. So we'll work on that today. So I will just be placing a couple of gemstones on the body to start the work while I do some plucking and things like that. Because we're looking for clarity, because we're looking for direction, I'm going to go with soft but clear stones. So I've got a bit of rose quartz here. So it's that mix of the clarity of the quartz, but the opacity of the rose, it really brings a little bit of lightness, a little bit of direction. So I'm going to place one of them right on your navel here. Is that okay? Okay, does that feel all right there? And the other one in the opposite direction, right on the forehead, so you feel cold. In the meantime, I just have a couple of gem bags I'm going to place next to the body. I have a mixture of stones here that I think will be beneficial. So there'll be one right by the arm here, and one right by the head there. Just activating them, as well as connecting them to the stones. everything's aligned, so let me go ahead and start the Reiki. I just want you to do your best to completely relax. Let any thoughts that are flying around with that chaotic energy, just try and let them fade away. Help me while I try and corral it. And ignore any sounds from outside. Just sort of fade deeper and deeper into the table. Just a little sweeping. Focusing on the crown here, just gonna pull something out. Just gonna be using a combination of some local herbs as well as some sound therapy here. So you're gonna feel that on the body, and I'm going to be sweeping away. I'm going to remove stones here. I'm going to be using them instead to do some tracing on the crown chakra and the third eye. actually going to just place a grounding stone, again, right on the center here. Let's see where the energy is currently at. I'm just going to use my sensing stone here. Definitely a little better in the head. There's definitely still some energy movement, and it's not a circle, it's not side to side, it's all over, which really reflects that lack of clarity still. But the rest of the body looks a lot better. The heart chakra definitely improved. I've got 2 gem wands here, and again, I'm just going to be really focusing on the top of the head here and the crown chakra, because that's where I was still seeing a lot of issues. Just drawing patterns here. Really trying to create these grooves for the energy to flow through. A little bit of time on the heart chakra, just working off the body here. Remove the gem bags. Just clearing out with some slight sound, a little more sleeping. Just really lightly creating a slight vibration. Reassessing the energy now, just with my hands. Go back to where I pulled out that one piece before and see if I can feel it. Feels a lot better. I'm able to really move through the energy here. And I want to be pulled. My hands feel naturally like they want to be pulled more circularly, which is good. That means the energy is flowing, as opposed to just sort of flying out in every direction. I'm going to do a little bit of grounding here. All right, Evelyn, I want you to slowly open your eyes. How are you feeling right now?
Good.
Good. Any swirling thoughts, any anxiety still lingering?
A lot less.
A lot less. Okay, good. So we may need multiple sessions. Obviously, you're not going to just suddenly be better after one, but as long as we've really started that journey, that's what's important. Anything else I can help you with today?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming in. Hi, Marley. My name's Hannah. I'm going to be performing a Reiki session on you today. It's going to involve me doing different techniques to try and really clear out your energy and get it moving very smoothly so that you can leave here feeling lighter and clearer, okay?
Great.
So I want to start out by just confirming your first name is Marley, right?
Yes.
And what is your date of birth, just the month and the day?
July 1st.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
I'm just going to look up your birth chart here. So that makes you a Cancer. And the first of the month is renewal. But it's an interesting time of year because we've just passed the solstice just a couple of days before. So it's actually entering the beginning of the winter season, even though we've just ended the summer. We're on the trend towards the darker days. And with the Cancer, you have a tendency to be a very social person, but get overwhelmed very easily as well and need a lot of alone time after a lot of social time, as well as having quite a lot of ambition, perhaps too much sometimes. Is that really true to you at all? Okay. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and sense your energy, starting first off the body, just about 6 inches, and then I may do some work on the body as well. Just close your eyes and try and empty your mind as much as possible so I can really get down to the core of the energies that are flowing. Not be distracted by other thoughts. So right away, the energy is very slow. feels like it's moving with obstructions perhaps, but just at a completely slower pace. And we really want to give in some energy here, bring in some energy. It's possible you've just been a little tired lately. Maybe your mind's been very busy and therefore it's a little overwhelmed and the system is reacting by slowing down. But either way, that's what I'm feeling. Starting to do just a little bit of work. On the third eye, definitely feeling blocked. Because the energy is feeling so slow, I'm going to try and just get it moving a little bit of sound therapy with just some dried local herbs. So you're going to feel a little bit of a tapping and hear a little bit of a sound, okay? Just going to spray a little bit of moon water on here. Breathe in deeply for me 3 times and out. Blow. One more time. Out. And the last one. Out. Okay, let's see how that's feeling. Definitely moving a little bit better. So I'm going to move on to this third eye that was super blocked. Just something that's pulling you. Let's try and cut that away. You're going to hear a sound, but it's not going to touch you, okay? Usually the blocked third eye means there's a lack of clarity. So you could be feeling particularly stuck on a decision, or not knowing something in your life, feeling like there's a big unknown. Let's get that right there. Okay. I'm going to place a couple of stones on you now. Got a bit of tiger's eye and a bit of jade. Just going to go right on your stomach. We'll do a clear quartz here, right on the forehead. While those work, I'm going to do a little bit of gem wand work on the head and right on that crown chakra. So I'm actually going to start out with some obsidian because it's a very strong stone. It's going to really absorb a lot of that unknown. It's going to take the sort of darkness you may feel and take it away. Does this feel okay, Marley?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oftentimes these sessions can bring up a lot of uncomfortable feelings and emotions, so that's normal if your mind starts to wander. But it shouldn't be physically uncomfortable, so just let me know if that changes. I'm going to remove this so I can gently turn the head. Is that all right? Okay. I'm going to press a couple of points here in the ear. Okay, resensing. That definitely feels a lot clearer. Just a couple of last things here. I'm just going to use a feather to just try and get some of the finer blockages away. Checking in with the stones here. They're definitely helping with some of that invigoration of the energy. I would say it's moving a lot better. Not perfect. I definitely want to have you turn over and do a little bit on the back, but much improved. Moving the stones. I think I'm going to have you remove your jacket and just flip over on the table so I can take a look at the back body now, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Marley, now that I have you on the other side, I'm just going to sense here. I think it's going to be pretty similar, and it is. A little bit of a pulsing red aura on this side. Doing a little bit of sweeping here. I'm going to work on this side of the head as well with my gem wands. So you're going to feel 2 points. So I've got 2 different gem wands here, and they have different stones on them, and they have different purposes behind them, but together they're a very powerful tool. So I just want to really work them into the head here. The mind is such a powerful part of our body, and it really is something we should not pay attention to with the Reiki. Do you mind if I put a little oil on the back?
No problem.
Okay. I'm going to use those same wands. I'm just going to do a little work on the back here, but we don't want to scrape the skin. Sensing that energy. Still a little bit slow, so I'm going to use some invigorating jade to do the same massage. Just really try and move that around. Drawing some circular motions here to try and encourage that energy to flow in an endless pattern. Ending off just using my hands to really ground you to the earth, relax you. These sessions are nice, but they can also be very intense. So I just want you to lay here and just process for at least a few minutes, okay? Hi, Amber.
Hi.
Welcome to your Reiki session today. Is this your first ever Reiki session?
It is, yes.
Okay, amazing. So I'm just going to be sensing the energy, doing a few different techniques using some gemstones, some sweeping, some nice salt and vibratory tools to just clear out the aura and hopefully have you feeling a little bit lighter and more ready to face the day, okay?
Awesome. Thank you.
So if you have any questions, stop me along the way.
Okay.
But otherwise, I'm just going to begin the sense. And you can just keep the eyes closed and try and just let me into the energy. So I'm already feeling the aura is pulsating. A little bit of stress and anxiety. Feels a little bit unsure. As if it's going through a change. Not sure if you've been experiencing a change lately. Maybe in your personal life or work or just in how you've been feeling. Just sensing here. Okay. Here's just a little bit of lack of enthusiasm. It's not slow energy, it's just a little bit lost. So let's just try and get it cycling a little more freely, a little bit more naturally. Maybe take some of that pressure off you. Let's ground the body, starting with the head chakra. And third eye. Okay. Gentle sweeping just to pluck off the easy to grab things. rolling the energy to a little spiral, picking off the strands. And think of your energy like threads. We can roll them together and pull them. We can untangle them or sweep them away. I'm going to just put on some beads here. I've got turquoise and white quartz, as well as some lapis. And we just enhance my energy as we start to gently sweep with a feather. I often like to start with the feather just because it's a nice reset. Gentle, eases you into the more intense work that we'll have to do. Right here on this left shoulder, just something stuck. It's just a little higher than the heart chakra. Thinking perhaps something in that change is a change of heart. Could be how you feel about a person or passion. Something you thought for a long time, you've recently started feeling less sure about. Lay across the eyes gently. Going to use a bit of obsidian right here. Pair it up with an amethyst. Using unpolished versions of the stones. Just find that their natural energies are more aligned when you're feeling a little bit unsure and a little bit unmotivated. Sometimes when we polish the stones, we remove some of the things that make them beautiful. Obsidian, I think, is very misunderstood. A lot of people see it is dark and slick, but it's a very calming stone, a very centering stone. I'm just going to keep checking in after each technique and tool, see where the energy has fallen, where those strands have tangled. for this heart chakra, still feeling that lack of clarity, confidence. We need to be able to trust our instincts. And change is a good thing. It's not a bad thing, and something that you might have once either loved or felt sure about. It's natural to possibly go another way. And it could also be the opposite. Something you weren't sure about is starting to firm up, but there's definitely a lot of change happening. So I think I'm going to do a little bit of colorful fluorite and tiger's eye. The fluorite, it is focus, protection, healing. The tiger's eye is confidence, courage. Open up the right hand, clasp the tiger's eye, the left hand, the fluorite, and just relax. Gentle plucking of some of these strands. I want to target a couple of specific spots with my gem ones. Go ahead and release those for me. So I'm just going to be working primarily with the head chakra around the third eye. And we're just trying to sync up that heart and mind. I'm just pulling the strands here and connecting them. Even though Reiki is a practice that can't be seen on the surface, it's still a very physical experience. We're working on mental, emotional problems, but our body and mind are intrinsically connected. Pulling right there. Pulling right out of the chest. Two salt stones, cleansing any negative, dark energy. Repeating several times. Again, checking in. And the energy is starting to connect. Starting to feel a through cord all the way from the head down into the body. I'm going to hold a couple of acupressure points. Just try and get the body syncing with the mind. How are you doing so far, Amber? Okay. This can be a pretty intense experience. So you'll feel me hold a few places here. Let me know if it's too intense. Working my way up the meridians. And our meridian points just connect all of the acupressure points in the body. So stimulating them stimulates the entire body and mind. Coming across the back. Better. I feel a sense of calm, so the energy little bit more confidence. It's flowing with more distinction in the same direction. Going to squeeze the shoulders and stimulate some of those pressure points a little harder. It's not so much massage as it is pressure point stimulation. Okay. Get my sensing stone out here. First, grounding it on the head chakra and moving it around the body, looking for any pockets of energy, spikes. It's actually looking pretty calm there over the heart chakra now. That's good. And just a little back and forth movement over that third eye. So let's take a look at that. So I've got some rose quartz. I'm going to have you just tilt your head back slightly for me. Thank you. And the rose quartz is very loving, calming, guiding energy. I like to think of it as the mother of stones. And come back to center. And don't move, I'm going to leave the stone there. Doing a bit of sound work now. Combination of the pressure of the rose quartz sitting on the crown chakra. The slight vibration is very powerful. Always connecting it back to my energy. Moving the rose quartz, resensing, first grounding. It's a little better, just a little bit of movement there. Just for good measure, let's do some goldstone. Goldstone is very motivating, focusing, enhancing. Just connecting it again with my gem wands. Almost like a pen to ink. Just removing the bracelets now as the majority of the energy work has been completed. And going back to my own hands here. Let's just brush off the last few strands. So let's go back to that spot here from the beginning that we were experiencing. So it's not perfect. I think whatever sort of decision you've been teetering between or trying not to think about perhaps has come to the surface a little bit more, but I don't think it's something you've solved, even in this session. You're going to have to keep focusing on that. Try not to push it down again because it's causing blockages when you do that. Okay. Final grounding. Using my hands and gravity to literally push you towards the earth, connect you the world that we're in. Connection of the corporal body is just as important as connection of the spirit. Using a bit of energizing jade to bring you back into the world, I want you to slowly open your eyes. Okay. I want you to look at the jade and just follow it up, down. Keep watching as it moves slightly further away, engaging the mind to slowly look at the outside world. Amber, how are you feeling now?
Great. So
Feel
much
good?
lighter and at peace.
Okay, good. So, what I noticed there, that sort of disconnect, I wouldn't worry too actively about it, but when it comes up in your mind, as it inevitably will, try focusing on it for a moment. See how you feel, okay?
Okay.
Have a great rest of your day, and just come back in if you ever need any more guidance.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, Shannon. Welcome to your Reiki session today. I'll have you go ahead and just close your eyes. While I sense, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Have you ever had a Reiki session before?
No.
Okay. And is there anything particular on your mind, or would you just like me to do an overall reading and clearing?
Overall reading and clearing would be great.
Okay. So let me just get a general sense. I will work partially off the body and partially on the body. So is it okay if I touch you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The first thing I do is just work a few inches away from the face. Feeling the heat, feeling the aura. I can already tell your color is pink. That means that you're basically radiating love, right? Love and positivity, but it's very strong, which can be a bad thing because that could mean that maybe you're giving more away than you're taking. You're giving quite a lot of that love, a lot of that effort and energy is radiating out of you, and I'm not sure that there's enough being stored among your energy itself to sustain you. But we'll keep sensing here. That was just my initial. Start doing a little sweeping every now and then. We'll just work hard to clear our mind of all distractions, any noises we hear. There's always going to be some noise in the world. We have to tune it out or try and tune it in with our frequencies. Making some soft sounds with my hands as well. This is me just trying to create the vibrations that your body's emitting so that I can really be in sync. I'm going to move this to the side. Doing a little plucking here. Micro movements to try and pull out some of the stuck energy. Yeah, that energy is really, really strong. You may often get the feedback that when someone meets you, they just feel like they know you immediately. Just feel very close to you very fast. That's because the body is radiating that positivity, that love, that energy, that warmth. But underneath the surface here, underneath that layer, is a bit of coolness. I want to focus on this side, the right side. Start out with just a little bit of sound here, and you'll feel a little bit of tapping as well. I'm trying to align my frequency with yours. Your energy is so strong that I'm actually having a little trouble breaking into it. Every time I try and insert my own energy, yours is taking over. And that is not a bad thing. Again, probably means that you have a lot of people who are drawn to you, especially people who feel a little unsure of themselves turn to you. Try something now. See if I can break through any easier. Definitely a little clearer. See if there's any spots in particular that have an opening for me. So I've just got a tool here that's going to sway, depending on where I place it. First, grounding it on the crown chakra. Of course, it might go a little bit here and there just from my hand moving it, but we're looking for patterns. So far it looks okay there. We're getting massive side-to-side movement right there. Right in the back of this right shoulder. Oh, wow, okay. So there is something going on there that I think I can break into. And press on that point right there with a bit of an acupressure tool. So you're going to feel kind of an intense pressure. If it's too much, please let me know. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Activating different points here. These ones are especially important because they lead both down into the heart and the internal organs, as well as up into the brain function. You have them on both sides. The left side is slightly more heart-oriented, the right side is slightly more head-oriented. Just tracing this line up into the head. Same thing on this side. Tracing it down towards the heart. Just grounding out that work we just did. Got just a couple of dried flowers here. Local. We absorb the energy of the nature around us. And sometimes we just need to be reconnected to it. I like to work with very soft plants like this because not only does it feel nice and relaxing, but it also just brings a softness to the energy. Oftentimes in modern day, energy is very harsh, constantly stimulated with harsh lights, harsh sounds, sensations that are designed to be addicting. This just resets these feelings of calm nature, things like that.
how we are faring now. A little sweeping, okay? Tilt your head back for me. Is that okay?
Mm.
I want to do some more pressure points in the face. I use a slightly different tool for this. Just turn gently for me. I'm going to trace the facial meridians. Around the third eye. And down the face. Gonna hold one in the air here. Okay. Work mostly off the body for a moment. Actually, open your eyes for one moment. So I want you to just stare at that little glass tip there, and I want you to follow it everywhere it goes, trying to connect the eyes with the gemstones here. The eyes are a key part, so I want you to stare now at the jade. Okay, trying to bring a little energy in. Do you ever feel at the end of the day, let's say you don't even have a strenuous day, you didn't work, you don't really understand why you feel so emotionally and physically spent, so tired. Does that ever happen to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that's because your energy is so strong that you're literally using a lot of your emotional capacity and physical capacity to just handle it, just control it. And again, this is not a bad thing, but it can be quite a lot on ourselves. And it's important to step back and retreat within ourselves sometimes. Take care of ourselves first before radiating that energy out. So that's what I'm trying to do right now, just contain the energy. couple of gem bags here. I'm just going to be filling them with some stones. So we'll place one on this shoulder here, one here, activating them both, and aligning them with your third eye. I'm going to mess up your hair just a little bit here, but I want to really work it into the scalp and the head. And following those same lines from the shoulder here up to the head, and the shoulder here down to the heart. Acupressure tool coming in once again. Okay. Let's do one final sense here. The injury has settled down a lot. What that might mean for you is that your thoughts turn inwards. Maybe some of those things that you were thinking about or other people that you were focusing on are fading away just a little bit. You're making time and room for yourself. Just finish you off with a little bit of feather sweeping just to remove some of those finer bits of energy, just to really seal the session. Shannon, I want you to slowly come back into the room. So become aware of your surroundings, aware of any noises, any voices, any sounds. How are you feeling right now? Do you feel balanced?
I do.
Okay, good. Tonight, I just want you to focus on yourself and see how that feels. See if that really refreshes you in a way that just rest wouldn't.
Okay.
Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you for asking.
Hi Elise, my name is Hannah. I'm going to be performing a Reiki healing session on you today, as well as a little bit of acupressure, just to reset the body and the mind. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
Okay, are you coming in with any particular feelings today?
Just fatigued.
Fatigued?
Mhm.
Okay. So close the eyes. I'll start out with an initial sense. And is it all right if I work on the body as well?
Of course.
Okay. So this is your first time in with me today. And you'll feel me start to sense the aura. You may feel slight tingling or heat building up as I start activating your energy. And all I'm doing is digging in, trying to get a sense of how it's flowing, any aura changes or pockets. There's a little bit of coolness right here, sort of trickling from the third eye towards the right side. But it warms up in the back. And same thing, the coolness from radiating here down. So we'll definitely want to introduce some warming qualities there. When you have a coolness in the third eye region, you can a lot of times feel a little bit stuck or frozen in how to proceed on a personal level or creative level. Working on a project lately and you feel stuck, or if you've been working on a relationship and you feel stuck, that can be reflected. Some gentle sweeping now. Again, just pulling away these initial forms of energy that I'm not having to dig deeper for, grabbing them, throwing them away. I'm going to apply just my bracelets here. I'm going to keep them all on the left side today. And center them in their power closer to my own heart chakra to align with yours. And the energy is very fragile. I feel like I need to be very gentle with it. Doesn't mean you are a fragile person. Simply means we need to be a little bit more cautious with what we do. Can have more lasting impact. Strands are quite thin strands of energy. If we are too harsh with them, we risk breaking them off. Working in a waterfall-like motion, trying to create space around the aura. Almost like a zone of protection because the energy is quite tender. actually want to start out with two forms of tiger's eye. One in a obelisk shape, the other raw. The refined and the unrefined meeting. Going to feel points on the face. Just activating certain meridian lines and acupressure points, stimulating that pocket of energy. Starting to move a little bit more vigorously now. Exchanging for green jasper and some red coral. Red coral is very loving, kind. Green jasper is a little bit more energetic, forceful, impactful. I want to combine these two to create a safe but powerful space for you. Find a way to resense with my hands. And gently scraping away some of this erroneous energy, leaving you with only what you need. Sensing that you have a tendency to want to protect yourself, but by putting up that protection, that hard wall on the outside, the deeper energy is a little bit weaker. It hasn't had the exposure, it's been kept safe and mushy. I just want to bring that to the surface because it's a beautiful energy. Some slight grounding and pressure points. Mixed with gentle scraping.
Is it okay if I do a reflexology point or two in the ear?
Yeah.
Okay. So you will feel a little bit of pressure. It shouldn't be too painful, so please let me know if it's unbearable. Pressing on a point for sleep, as well as on one for the heart. And up here for stress. Repeating those. Just some gentle tracing for relaxation to help connect the body and the mind. Feel that inner energy starting to come out a little. Just sweep away a little bit of that protection that's still in place. There's a couple different techniques here. Literally sweeping. Taking one of my bracelets, just trying to create a little bit of a vortex here. These energy vortexes are very powerful. There are some spots in the world where you can find them. Sedona in Arizona is one of them. When you walk into them, you just feel a change, a shift in the body and the mind. But we can also create small disturbances here as well.
second bit of sweeping I want to do is with the feather. It's a little bit lighter, catches finer particles. Across the face now. And the sound of the feather is quite loud over the ear. This echo reverberates. Same vibrations that stimulate things like our eardrums, stimulate our energies and auras. Do some writing here. Remove the bracelets for a second. Today's session is all about scraping those finer energies, so I have just a little energy rake here. It feels like that. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And just scraping the finer energies away. Trying to break down into that central, powerful core that you've been protecting. So often when I see this type of energy and aura behavior, it's with people who resonate with presenting a slightly different version of themselves to the world that they do to themselves. On the face now, gently, gently. This side. Okay. And grounding you, checking on these points, seeing how they feel. Good. Or activated overall. I'm going to increase to a slightly more vigorous pace now that we've broken through that top layer of energy. I don't feel like I need to be quite as gentle. Taking a occluded quartz a little bit of bloodstone, unrefined bloodstone, and just going to use them on you. Quartz is good for clarity, vision, foresight. The bloodstone is good for warmth and kindness, as well as strength. Using the vibration of the two stones together to enhance both of them. I want to resense this coolness that I felt in the beginning. It was sort of radiating from the third eye down. It feels a little bit more even now. Let's get the sensing stone out though. First grounding it on the crown chakra. Just a slight side to side, so I think I'm going to do a gem bag or two. Right here over the heart chakra. Open your hands for me, please. Just clasp that and the other hand, that together. Hold them good. A little bit of gentle massage while the stones do their work. You can relax the body and the mind.
pulling at the hair a little, activating points in the scalp. Got a very gentle turkey feather here. Just going to be running it over the eyes gently for wisdom. I'll take the gem bags from you. Just removing the stones. The temperature is much more even. Warmer here, down into the body. And that energy feels a little bit more strong and sure. I want to seal the session with my gem wands, focusing on the lapis. Just targeting any final strands really specifically. I want to introduce one final element, just an essential oil, peppermint for brightening, again clarity. I want you to take a breath in, out.
Feeling much better now. Alright, slowly open your eyes. How are you feeling?
Great.
I want you to go home and drink a little water with lemon. And just trying to start to clear a little bit of the toxins out of the system, like a regular massage. You might feel some discomfort as things start to work, but hopefully you start to feel better over the next few days.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Alex.
Hi.
I'm going to be performing a Reiki session on you today. This is the first time you've had Reiki done, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I just need you to completely relax. I need you to let me move my way in through your energy. And if anything starts coming up, emotions, feelings, sensations, that's normal. But if it becomes too much to bear, just let me know and we can sort of move back a little bit, okay?
Okay.
So since I've never seen you before, I'll start out with just a general sensing. We want to get a feel for your energy.
Okay.
And I'll sort of tell you what I'm feeling as well. So initially here, I can feel that the energy is, it's not fast, it's not slow, but it doesn't seem to quite know what it's doing or where it needs to go. It's almost like pulsing. So I can feel it sometimes quite intense right here, sometimes more intense out here. So usually when I feel that pulsating energy, it means you're in a period of flux, change. Your energy is trying to become something, trying to find its path, trying to flow differently. But it's coming from a different place, and it can't quite find its way there. So oftentimes that means you've experienced some great personal change, or maybe you're on the cusp of it as well. Starting with a little bit of sweeping here and there. So my focus today is going to be to direct your energy. Or just picking out anything that doesn't need to be there. I've got a strand right here. I'm going to pull at it. When you hear my hands moving, making some noise, I'm grabbing the energy, trying to bunch it together and spiral it out. It's like you would spiral a piece of clay in your hand. I'm doing the same thing with your energy. Moving on to the crown here. Just want to sense. So the left side isn't as bad. The left side is the heart chakra, the side of the heart chakra. So my guess is whatever change is happening, it's happening from within. It's not an external change.
Because the heart is strong, the heart chakra wants to go in the new direction. I'm not feeling nearly as much resistance here. It's more on this right side. So maybe there's a little bit of a disconnect between the heart and the mind. I'm going to sweep with a feather here. And because the feather has very fine bristles, I'm able to sweep away some of the finer energy and then move it along with the air. Oftentimes when we're experiencing a big change, emotionally, physically, whatever it may be, we get an excess of energy piling up because there's the old energy that no longer serves you, and there's the new energy that's trying to make its way in. So we get that pulsing, almost like jumping of the aura. There's just not enough room for everything. Just feeling quite a bit of tension still, so I think I need to relax you a little bit more, and the energy will actually let me in and let me maneuver it because I keep pulling it and it just snaps right back. Just having a little trouble being malleable, so. So I have 2 jade roller sticks. Is it okay if I give you a little bit of a head massage with them? Just
Sure.
touching some acupressure points. With the aura energy, we're working about 6 to 12 inches off the body. We can't neglect our corporal body because it's just as intertwined as our emotional one. And if we are physically feeling tension, then our emotional energy is not going to be able to relax and flow smoother.
Pulling a few points in the face here. Grounding you once again. Just placing my weight on your shoulders. Okay, moving back to the energy. Okay, now I'm able to get in here. Just going to amplify my power here with my gemstone wands. Just tapping the third eye, activating it. Starting on the surface, pulling out those strands, moving them away from the body. To fill a gemstone bag, I think I need a little bit more boost of energy here. What is your birthstone?
It's February.
February? Okay. Okay, so that makes you an Aquarius. I'll place that right here, okay? A tiger's eye stone here. The tiger's eye stone is striped, and I do like it when I'm feeling a lot of up and down, left, right energy, dual energy. It matches that. Gently touching the face. pulling something out right here. Okay. That feels much better. Just gonna rub you down with some clear quartz to pick up any remaining pieces. Second side, yeah, picking it up. Bring the energy as well. Just grabbing my other one here. Okay, I've got a candle here. I'm just going to be using it to collect any remaining negativity, and then later we'll light the candle and it'll burn it all away. Set that aside. Use my stone here. I'm just going to have you hold on to this grounding stone right in the palm of your hand, just like that. And ground the tool. Some swaying is normal because of course I am moving a little bit with the natural sways of my hand, but we're looking for patterns. Anything where it's going more than just a little bit of wiggling and more like that. So we have a circular motion right there still, so we need to do a little bit more sweeping of that away. Got just some dried plants here, mostly soft bristles, similar to the feather, but adds a little bit of invigoration.
This is a very gentle, natural plant. Sometimes we will use rougher herbs if you need the energy, but you have plenty of energy. It just needs to be calmed. It just needs to be directed. Just giving it another sense here. I think it's flowing overall a lot better. Do you feel any more calm, any more sure? Some people can describe it feeling like just feeling less,
Lighter.
yeah, lighter. Lighter is a good word. Less burdened. This was the phrase I was looking for. Just going to be drawing around some of the meridians on your face. There's a little metal tool right here. Tracing down your neck. To the scalp. And this mostly just feels very nice, very relaxing, but it also can, I'll go back to that reflexology where every part of our body is connected to another. So when we stimulate one part, we encourage healing all over. Whether you believe in Reiki or not, whether you go into it feeling like it can be a very profound experience, anytime we take the time to just close our eyes, relax, and let someone take care of us is a good thing. I'm going to finish up by grounding you with just a little bit of gentle massage, just to finish out the session. Bring us back to the world that we live in, the physical world. Okay, Alex, I want you to slowly open your eyes. How are you feeling?
Really nice.
Good. Well, I think the energy is flowing a lot better. That pulsation is a little bit more even. Maybe could benefit from 1 or 2 more sessions while you're going through this period of change. And just reflect on what that change is. If you can figure it out, then you'll have a better sense of controlling that energy from within as well.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.